Dang. I know you have the tab open. Or left open. We ballin'. Are we, though? Are we really? Well, anyways. I'm very tired. But I have to do this stream today. So. The show goes on. Anyways. Honestly, I looked around the site and there's like no good tier lists. So I just looked at some stuff here that might be duds. If we're being honest. Like Canadian chip flavors. Considering I'm like one of the only Canadians I know, this might not hit for people. Or like shows we grew up watching as Canadians. I don't know a lot of these. So maybe I'll just make a didn't watch. Okay, why did they? Anyways, hopefully your day is going alright. Yeah, I guess we'll just start doing this. So, perfect quality content, enjoyable to watch, meh, didn't watch. Oh yeah, there was another category. Okay, I feel like these are two separate things. I think that's where my problem is. Yeah. Adding a new row, and what are you tier listing? Right now, TV shows that I may or may not have grown up watching as a Canadian. Although I don't recognize some of these. Like this, I don't recognize. This 101 Dalmatians, I do remember seeing it vaguely. Like for Disney stuff. But it was pretty meh. I don't remember this. 16 has its moments, although it's also kind of nasty. I don't know if this is even a Canadian show. Maybe it is. Angela Anaconda. Should not. Let me turn this down a little bit. You remember the show? I remember it had something to do with Digimon at one point. Which is a little weird. But yeah, it was a pretty meh show overall. It was memorable, but in like a cursed kind of way. Put it all in F tier. No, you're right. Let's make an F tier right now. We're watching, or not watching, we're ranking TV shows that I would have watched as a Canadian, apparently. I do vaguely... I don't know if I should zoom in more. Maybe I should. This Rat Mouse Ballerina show, I vaguely remember. I think it was like one of those 15-minute shows. Angela Ballerina, yeah. I think it had... I guess it was like remade to have 3D. But yeah, this is... essentially it. Some like book turn. I don't recognize this at all. I don't know what to tell you. But it was meh. You know, maybe maybe I should have a tier list people actually recognize. But if you guys have any good suggestions, you can let me know. In the meantime, I don't know what this is. Art Attack. I don't know what the heck this is. Apparently this seems like before my time. I have no idea what the heck that even is. Arthur? Trash. I'd say Arthur was good. Big on Pokemon, right? Could always do a tier list of all starters. I could. Atomic Betty. I don't remember like the show's quality, but the theme kind of went hard. So, Babar, S tier. But yeah, I can. feel like I've done a tier list on Pokemon before, but I'll find another one. Perhaps my opinion's changed somehow. Right, Bulbasaur, A tier. Ivysaur, A tier. Venusaur, B tier. Mega Venusaur, also B tier. I kind of got ugly. Charmander, A. Charmeleon, B. Charizard, S. And B. Squirtle. Well, is this based on design? Yeah. I mean, it's not definitely not competitive value. Just the aesthetic of what I like, I guess. Squirtle. I think Squirtle's also A. Turtle I don't really care for. Actually, you know what? Ivysaur. I think you go down with your brethren. Blastoise. I think goes here. And Mega Blastoise. Well, iconic. I just don't feel anything particularly about it. Chikorita. I might reorder this later. Or once I put more things down. Chikorita's A. Hold on. I need to... check something. I think YouTube hates me. Anyways, Bayleaf. I'll put Bayleaf here. Now Meganium. I honestly don't care for Meganium that much. But I do like Mega Meganium. I think that's a great glow up. Maybe S is too crazy, but... Cyndaquil. It's alright. Galava. Typhlosion. I'm thinking of like just this view of Typhlosion with actual fire, then maybe like here. But without fire, it's like D tier. But let's assume the best. Hisuian. I think it's pretty well designed. I like ghost types. Typically anyways, so I'll put it there. Totodile. I put it here. Crocodile is pretty mid. And in my opinion, so is Fralligator. This might just be I guess for the hidden Totodile design, it's not terrible. But the way that it's executed is so stupid to me. Like... Need to see if I can look up something. Like, I do like hidden designs and all that, but in its base state of having this, like, hood, I think they just executed it kind of weirdly. Like, it feels like a can with the lid still on. The aluminum lid still on. Or an open trash can. But yeah, like, maybe... I feel like they could have executed it differently. To have it be cooler. But that's just me. Trico? Am I biased? Kind of. Honestly, Sceptile is probably the worst of the Trico line in terms of design for me. I feel like he fell off. So I'd put him like here. I don't know. I don't like his head that much, or tail. I think the back things are fine. The arms are fine. The stance is fine, but yeah. And then Mega. I used to think the Mega was cool, but it's kind of like alright. It's a big old Christmas tree. Mistletoe. But it is better than the base. Torchic, I think, is also S. Combustion, if we're being real, looks kind of stupid. But it is memorable and decent for a mid-evolution. So I'll put him here. No, I'll put him here instead. Blaziken. I think there, maybe. And then Mega. I don't know what I like more between regular Blaziken or Mega. guess. I think the artwork for it is way better. But like, if I'm thinking of it just stanced up, Mega Blaziken. No, never mind. It's actually just cooler. Well, sometimes I wish I didn't have the arm fire. Just always active. Anyways. Now for Mudkip. Put Mudkip next to Totodile. Actually, I like Totodile's design more. But yeah, Mudkip it's good design, but I just like these two way more. Marshtomp, I feel nothing. Swampert, honestly, I also feel nothing. And Mega Swampert is just... I feel nothing on steroids. But I probably... Actually, you know what? Let me... put them like here. Maybe it's this pose particularly that I just... don't like. I don't know. It's never struck me as amazing. Maybe because it feels like it's not, it's like confused about whether it's bipedal or quadrupedal until it mega evolves, and then it's kind of more bi. But yeah, he's kind of just stanced up. Like, if he was more in this pose, I think it'd be better. But yeah, this one's just kind of weird to me. But yeah, who is your boy? Is it Feraligatr or is it Swampert? Both in which are ironic. It's in your name. Turtwig. Grottle. Torterra, though. I'd put there. Chimchar. I don't know. If I think of like the anime, I think Chimchar is cool. If I think of like other contexts, how good is Chimchar's design? Hmm. Uh, I really need to get my... just show my other browser in a more efficient way. Hold on. I might have an idea. Okay, yeah, that works. So yeah. Like, this... I guess if he's more chibi, it's good. But... if I think of, like... more... elongated Chimchar, I don't really like him that much. Maybe it's just no neck Chimchar is best Chimchar. But anyways. I'll put him in... here. Monferno... I think his debut in the anime was cool. But... I'd probably put him, like... here. And then Infernape, I'd put... here. Alright, Piplup. I'd put up here. Primplup I don't care about at all. Empoleon, though. I'd probably put here. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do this. Snivy is cool. I guess I just really hate mid. Oh. Yeah. I like Totodile, but I feel like he falls off after he evolves. In my opinion. If I think of Feraligatr, I think of butt crack from Gen 3. And I think his Mega is weird. And Crocodile was never that memorable to me. But I didn't really grow up with the Johto starters that much, so... yeah. But what's your opinion on Mega Feraligatr? Are you a fan? What was your first gen? Technically, it was Gen 3. The first game I played was Fire Red, I'm pretty sure. And I had a Charizard that I pretty much only used. It was super overleveled. But the first game I actually beat was Sapphire with a Sceptile. Should do the all Pokemon tier list. I don't think I want to go through 1,000 Pokemon. But maybe. I'd have to... these will probably be rearranged. Probably could name a lot of them, too. I forget what this one's even called, to be honest, so that's not a good sign. I think their design is cool. Servine. Yeah. They have a cool design, but their arms are falling off. And Superior, rest in peace, their legs. And basically any usage of their arms. I'd put them... that's a pretty good design. Tepig. I think Tepig's alright design-wise. When I played Black and White, or just Black, I had all 3 starters, so I kind of just liked them evenly for the most part. Pignite, I don't care for the aesthetic. I should utilize C tier. Embor. I'm not a fan. I'd put Embor like... how could you put Bulbasaur there? I can't stand by that choice. I'm sure people disagree with a lot of choices here. Mega Embor. I don't like Embor, so this does nothing for me. I'll put in C. I think at least changed something interesting. Albeit I don't like either. aesthetic. This one's just... what the heck? Oshawott, I think, goes up here. I think Duwatt's really cool. Like here. Samurott, I feel like it fell off. Fell off a cliff. But I like it more than Pig Knight, so... How come you put Piplup so high? Now I know you're crazy. What's wrong with Piplup? You don't think Piplup's good design? Samurai but edgy. I actually like Hisuian Samurai a lot more, if I'm being honest. Chespin. I didn't play Kalos really growing up. I wanted to like Chespin though. It would have been the one that I chose had I played the games. But it's a pretty okay design. This is not the placement, I'm just checking something. So... now I'll put it higher. Maybe... maybe next to Charmander. So I'm gonna put Charmander higher. If I really think about it, E. I don't think I need to explain why. Chestnut, I don't really care for. Doesn't look like Chespin or Quilladin at all, really. I'll put it there. Kind of the same thing with Samurott, just very different. But I do like Mega Chestnut. I think that's a good upgrade in design. Relative to Chestnut, at least. Kind of looks like a Digimon. I'll put it here. What is the... Yeah, this guy is what I was thinking of. Zudomon. Anyways. Shout out to Digimon Rumble Arena 2. Despite realizing that game is much worse than I remember. Fennekin... It's alright. It's kind of just like... meh. Kind of like Snivy. I think it looks alright. I don't have any real feelings towards it. The furries are gonna hate this. Not being #1 pick. I do think the Witch Wand is good. It's kind of like... Put next to Bayleaf. And then Delphox. I never liked this particular artwork of it. It's kind of just a whatever. No, this is too high. Maybe like here. I do like the concept of having the wand, but I know the robe thing is kind of weird. That being said, I think this is a pretty good glow up. Along the lines of you. Faroki. It's pretty good. Yeah. Frogadier. It's pretty good for a mid-evolution. A bit like around there. Greninja. Good old tongue scarf guy. I mean, they're alright. I think the bubbles in the joints kind of weird me out, and the tongue scarf. But aside from that, it's cool. But yeah. Maybe... like here. Ash Greninja, despite having the same problems as Greninja that I just said. For what it was in the anime and in competitive, not competitive, but I guess gameplay wise, it probably was banned. I'd put it like here. And then Mega Greninja. Hold on, this is not where I'm placing it just yet. Or maybe not. I don't know. I think the fact that it's just spinning upside down is stupid to me. I'm just imagining Hitmontop if they never came off their head. Yeah, I think I'd put... Just because the upside down thing, I'd probably put them... like... here. Like, it's not a terrible design. I see the vision. Why does it have to be upside down? Like, maybe something like this. Or this, I don't know. It's fan art. Anyways. Rowlet. Better than Piplup. I did return to Pokemon stuff with Moon. Pretty mid. I mean, it's alright design-wise, but I don't feel anything towards it. Like something new about Mega Greninja's least in ZA was that when it was Mega Water Shuriken became a normal attack and not a multi-hit. Really? How am I not on the tier list? Are you a Pokemon? Sidgewai, I think, is S tier. Yeah, I think I put it there. Suian Sidgewai, I never played Arceus or ever used it really, so I don't have any. Not that many in bottom tiers. Yep. I mean, overall, the starters are well designed. I just don't think... I think some of them are just awful, though. And we'll be getting to more awful ones soon enough. But yeah. Zuian Sidgewai... I get the vibe that they were going for. But I think the hat thing looks kind of stupid. I think the typing is also kind of strange. Yeah, it's just like alright. Aesthetically, it's alright. Probably put it next to like Greninja. Actually, no. It should be higher, although it kind of has newer gen bias. Litten. I'm not gonna lie, I feel nothing towards Litten. Or anyone in the line of Incineroar. It's just a cat. I'm not really a cat person particularly, so. But that being said, it's not terrible design. So. No, that's too high. Maybe like here or something. Hisuian Samurott is just edgy Samurott. I think Hisuian Typhlosion is good, but I think you can only do so much with Typhlosion. Trying to find a good picture, but the DeviantArt. Nope, I guess I just can't really find any good art of it, ironically. Well, I'm ignoring the meta. Torracat, I'd say is like a little better. At least it has some actual fire. And Incineroar, design-wise, is okay. It's a wrestler cat, luchador cat. You know what, you can just go right there, actually. Poplio. Might be where it peaked. Honestly, sometimes Populi doesn't even look like a starter. Maybe it's because I've never chosen it. It's kind of like... alright. But I'm not really into the aesthetic. Anyways, Poplio can go and... see. Do I need to even say why? Has anyone said that this is their favorite Pokemon? Poplio is a peak starter. You're lying. Primarina. Primarina has a pretty alright design. Although... it's kind of locked into being very feminine. Which I guess some Pokemon like Delphox are already kind of locked in on that. And Incineroar is kind of locked in on masculinity. But yeah, I don't really... maybe here. It's not terrible. It's not great. Or like amazing. It's kind of like if Milotic was a starter. But I think I'd actually prefer having a Milotic over Primarina. Typically. Anyways, Grookey. I'd say Grookey's like same with these two. Exception of 1, 3, and 4, all starters have a feminine starter and 2 masculine starters. What's the feminine starter in Gen 2? You think Meganium? I think Meganium can be pulled off as either. I don't think just because it has flowers it's feminine. And then Gen 5. Superior, I don't really see as feminine, more so just like regal. Fancy pants. But I guess that comes off as feminine sometimes. Delphox, yeah. Primarina, yeah. Gen 8. Well, this is feminine, more so just like same as Superior. Some zest. But anyways, I think it's not a surprise that these are all second forms. Rillaboom's alright with his Super Saiyan 3 type hair. Kind of weird that a monkey turns into a gorilla, but if I consider it with the sticks as well, then maybe like here. Actually, no, I'm gonna bring Squirtle up. Well, yeah. Scorbunny. Scorbunny's kind of like a Chimchar for me. It's... Actually, no, I'd place it like here. I think it's pretty good for design. Has a lot of qualities of a soccer player kind of vibe. And fiery without having actual fire. Raboot. I'll put Raboot here. I think they really have a good design. And this thing. I don't... Let me just look up some pictures. I think Pyroball is cool. But if I think of Cinderace in general, design-wise, like, what is this? Also, I didn't realize it has, like, the Egyptian eyeliner. Alright, let's not scroll anymore. I think the internet's getting a little unhinged. But it's alright. I mean, I guess the shorts are going for the whole soccer vibe. I think ironically, Cinderace does, with the whole eyeliner, come off more feminine. Like tomboyish. These pants. I mean, I guess that really explains why there's so much female style art for it. Is Pokemon Unite? But yeah. Where did I put it? I've lost the bunny. Ah, here it is. Also, I was talking more about Cinderace. For Gen 8's feminine starter. Oh. Well, in that case, I agree. Yeah, I think that's fine. I do still think the red fire thing on its head is a little weird, but I guess they had to add some more red to the design. Anyways, Sobble. If I think of the memes, what happened? That's pretty good. I mean, it's memorable. Yeah, Masquerada is Well, for feminine, yeah. And then Quaquaval is Zest. Hmm. I'd put them like here. More trash. Hmm. Let me get a closer look. So much like fan art. I forgot this guy was called Drizzile, the second form. Hmm. But yeah, Inteleon. I mean, they're alright. I don't really understand what's up with these cape frills. Why they decided to add those. It also kind of has like the... I don't know if this is the aesthetic of a belly button window or what. Or just shirts. Eh. I don't really care for his design that much, honestly. Let's put it there. Weed Cat. Everyone's favorites. I'd put them pretty high. Yeah, there's fine. They're a good transition between the two, but them themselves, does anyone even care about them? And then Flower Chick Cat. Who everyone wanted to be quadruped. The Sprigatito line is your favorite? Really? Wait, does it usually have? Oh, it does. I actually didn't know it had this inner pattern. Huh. Mega. Oh, fan art, obviously. Alright, let's, try to avoid the weird images. It's pretty alright. I almost feel like it's missing something. It's a very, like, top-heavy. Uses mirrors. I guess I don't know about the entries. But I suppose that makes sense. Probably shouldn't judge based on Unite outfits. But it's pretty good, I think. Maybe if I knew more details about it, it'd be cooler, but I think generally speaking it's very good. Maybe... like here-ish. Fuecoco. I like that. It's a very good design for what it is. This is good in concept, but it looks stupid. The sombrero egg nest. Maybe like there. And Skeledirge with the fireball chick on its thing. And Torch Song. And this and that. And they actually had a quadruped starter. After like 2 generations. Oh yeah, I just realized all of Gen 8 starters stand up. But yeah, I think... probably like here. It's fine. I think as a first form, it's good. Actually, I'm gonna put it higher. Like here. Second form, I don't care. Another one in the bin. You're forgetting Primarina. Although, are they really quadruped? I was thinking more standing or like sitting down kind of thing. Maybe this is not technically quadruped. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, this thing can go like here. Brout. Brout has a lot of memes, but I think generally speaking, it's ugly. I don't like its unibrow. But I'm looking forward to seeing what it evolves into. I think it's pretty obvious. High ranking one. All the best Pokemon are first forms. I don't think that's a shocker. I'll put it like here for now. And this one's not bad. Yeah, like here. Pikachu. E. Eevee. There you go. No love for the yellow rat. Oh yeah, I can... Let me just save it. Anyways. On to the next tier list, I guess. Canadian TV show thing. It doesn't really make sense to do it if people don't even know what the shows are. My favorite ROM hack is almost in beta 2. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, there aren't really any Dragon Ball characters. Hold on. What the heck is this? Who are you? The maker of the tier list, I guess? They just really wanted to self-insert themselves, huh? Ooh, maybe the fights? Maybe not. Or the sagas? Is this just Dragon Ball? It is. Okay, these kind of suck. Well, let's just do this for now. Do the Sparking Zero characters. I mean, it would just be the characters. If I'm doing a character tier list, I could do that. But I mean, as in terms of Sparking Zero in general, I don't even know the game that well. But let's do this first. And we can do that. Well, okay, never mind. C tier. F tier, disgusting. And this one's gonna whatever. This one was good from what I remember. I don't actually remember Nom's fight. This one had a lot of stuff in it. How'd they skip to black? You know what? Nah, let's just do the characters. Because there's so much fights nobody cares about. And while that's great and all for starters, what the heck? Yeah, this is what I expected. Just a bunch of variations of, like, the same things. I want to rank Goku 7 different times. Just in Z. Okay, this is better. Sure, let's just go with this. Hmm. One sec. Wait, is it? Okay, it is different Gokus. Beginning of Dragon Ball Goku. The centipede eating monkey boy. I mean, he carries the show. Bulma? She's important, but so annoying. But that's kind of part of her point to contrast Goku. Turtle, easy S. Roshi. Like regular Roshi, I guess. F. I'll put him like B. I guess buff Yoshi when he does the Kamehameha for the first time. A. Oolong, F. Beginning Yamcha. F. Puar. B. That rabbit guy. Yoshi? The music? The music is Mario Galaxy. Gusty Garden Galaxy. I forget what this guy's name is. It's like Boss Carrot or something. Anyways, forgettable. Young Chi-Chi with the helmet and the weird outfit. C. Ox King F. Pilaf C. Shu C. My C. Shenron. You said buff Yoshi? Are you sure I said Yoshi and not this character? It's time to clip it. I mean, Shemron's. Okay, clip it. Grade Ape, well, it broke them out was just a plot device, really. Not really a character. Been too long. Oh, okay. Likely story. Young Krillin. S. Nice launch. I mean, I don't think... Announcer guy, S tier. Jackie Chun. F. Ron Fan. Post the VOD right now. Is it not public? Only side quest. Twitch is so terrible. I don't know why I insist on unpublishing my stuff. Well, maybe it's an anti-clip mechanic. Some people get harassed. Okay, so they're like just not letting me do it for some reason. Oh, whatever. This guy, forgettable. This guy on the plane, forgettable. I have no idea who this is. Should let me make an I don't know category. This guy is pretty whatever. Aider. A. This guy was pretty decent. Metallic. Sure. Hmm. Upa, everyone's favorite. Corin. Corin overall should be S tier because of the sensu beans. How about May, though? Stupid villain. Also stupid. Bring people back for a day. This guy turned out to be useless. Grandpa Gohan. 22nd tournament. Goku. Second tournament Krillin. Yeah. Yamcha, go ahead and get an F tier again. Get your leg broken. Crane Master. 22nd tournament. Yeah, it should just be 22nd tournament Tien. And he was evil. Are you watching or rereading this fight? Why did I place her so high? Chaozu. Useless. Why is it every other person who wants Dragon Balls wants them for cosmetic surgery? Well, life and death have little consequence nowadays, unless you're evil. And even then, not really. Because Frieza was resurrected twice. At least. Tambourine. Well, I did kill Krillin. So. That's a good plot point. Demon King Piccolo. How about you... I think about your character. Like there. Yajirobe. Are there any later Yajirobes? No. Okay. S tier. Yajirobe saved Goku several times. Mutaito. Well, he was already dead. So it's like, what do you want me to say about him? Popo. We put him... Kami. Yeah. Absolutely useless. I guess it's supposed to be 23rd Goku, but this looks kind of like Z in the face. like Raditz fight. He was alright. I didn't care that much for the 23rd tournament overall. Ma Jr. Krillin. I don't think Krillin in this tournament had any crazy moments per se. I just got beat up by Piccolo. He also fell off. Yamcha. Tien was also kind of useless in this tournament. He did the multiform, but that just got beat. All he was fodder for Goku. Chi-Chi. F. Raditz era Gohan, or 4-year-old Gohan. He did something, I guess. Vegeta Nappa Gohan. Honestly, less impactful. Basically, the only thing he accomplished was bouncing back the Spirit Bomb, which didn't even beat Vegeta. Versus Vegeta, Goku. Why'd they separate Kaioken? That's what I don't get. But I'll put him like here. And Great Ape Gohan. It's your ape father. There he is. Don't know why. Bulma, Namek Saga Bulma. Gotta be one of the most useless characters. Is this supposed to be Saiyan Saga Krillin? Or they just used the wrong image, because he doesn't wear the blue shirt, I don't think, until Android. Well, anyways. He did, and what did that amount to? Really and truly. Yeah, Saiyan Zaga Krillin didn't really do much. Yamcha's worst showing ever. Did more than everyone else there. Krillin? Well, I guess he killed the rest of the Cybermen. Aside from like 1 or 2. Well, Chaozu is not as bad as Yamcha, but Tien. I remember if he fought. He did fight one Cyberman, I think, before Yamcha. And got his arm cut off and died to his own attack, basically. Okay, if we're not trolling. If we're not trolling, then he's accomplished nothing. Raditz. Let's see, killed the farmer, aggroed Piccolo, stole Gohan, and then got his tail grabbed, got headbutted, and shot in the chest. This guy is filler. He's basically filler. Pretty sure these guys are literally filler. Gotta be below Yamcha at this point. King Kai. His techniques are barely used at this point. Outside of movies and not canon stuff, Spirit Bombs only worked once. And Kaioken hasn't defeated anyone that Goku wouldn't have already beaten with his normal strength. He used it. Kaioken beat hit. Did it? Didn't they, like, pretty much draw, and then Goku gave up, and then surrendered, or faked his loss? I'll put him next to Korin. I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Thank God it saved. It's about to end stream. Bubbles. Teaching Goku to train in the increased gravity, or at least training partner for that. Had the fight continued, Hit would have lost. Sure. I'll put Bubbles down here. Gregory's filler. Nappa. Let's see. Nappa essentially got Chaozu and Tien killed, although those were both self-inflicted. Killed Piccolo. Yeah, Yamcha had a... Not Yamcha. Nappa had a good showing. Vegeta. Mr. Stand Around and turn to Big Monkey when I start losing. Was it used against Goku Black? I guess if you want to count the Spirit Bomb sword thing against Merge Zamasu. But that feels a bit like a pull. I think for the fact that Vegeta almost bested getting jumped by like 5 people is impressive. And explains why he's a tank. But Saiyan Saga Vegeta, what did he really do? He didn't kill anybody. Did cripple Goku. But yeah, let's put him like C. Actually, yeah. Nappa did more. Great Ape Vegeta. While memorable, I mean, I gotta put him above regular. Because he had to whip it out. Because he was losing. Cyberman. Gotta be above all Yamchas. But aside from that, aside from killing Yamcha, they were fodder. Oh yeah, the only one he killed was Nappa. I forgot he killed Nappa. Yeah, Saiyan Saga Vegeta kind of sucks. It's got an F tier. Let's see, Bardock. He lost to Dodoria, which already cannot be S tier. He beat a bunch of no-name Frieza soldiers. And had a big speech before he got nuked. Had he done nothing, would anything have changed, really? Realistically? No. But he did get some kills. They just have iconic moments. Bardock's team. Fodder. Namek Saga Goku, aka Goku Mid. Well, I'm assuming there's a super Bardock, or maybe there isn't. That's weird. Well, I ain't moving him. Namek Saga Goku. Beat up Rakum after he was devastating the other three. He got his body stolen. And he bombed Frieza. And was at least keeping up with Final Form for a little bit while he was holding back. I'll put him... Actually, why do I have him so high? Yeah, whatever. This is all made up. Super Saiyan. Let's see, what did he really do? He beat up Frieza. Didn't kill him. Had the you fool moment. Got lucky and escaped Namek from blowing up. And now for that slap scene alone. And I guess for the countless media references as well. Let me put him here. Gohan. Despite being 5 years old, he outsmarted Vegeta, keep him from having all the Dragon Balls. Which, even if he had all 7, he wouldn't have been able to summon Porunga anyways. Without the password. But that was smart of him. He got his neck snapped by Raccoon. He beat up Frieza in a bunch of his forms. Saved Dende. Kicked Dodoria in the head. I'll put him here. For a 5-year-old, he did have impact. Namek Krillin. Well, he didn't beat anybody. Same as Gohan. But he did... Him and Gohan were a top-tier duo. For being annoying. And preventing the schemes of working out. Until Goku showed up and Piccolo showed up and basically recruited Vegeta. Your fodder. Dende actually using the Dragon Balls, so he's useful. Healing people. Had he said something, he could have just healed Goku. Didn't have to use the pod. While it didn't end up mattering, he did Zenkai boost Vegeta a lot. I'll put him like here. Okay, this is S tier character. Possibly the best Vegeta's been. And overall. Saga. If you're not counting manga. He killed a lot of people. From the Namekians to lots of Frieza men. Yeah. What the heck, Adobe? Get off my screen. Yeah, just put the trash in the trash. The Doria did at least beat up Bardock, so he's got to be higher. Zarbon. If we're thinking about it, Zarbon did stop Vegeta's streak a little bit. But then he was kind of stupid with the run back. Let's see what this video is. If this thing will actually let me copy the address. Okay. Just saw the first frame and I already knew. I already knew. Yeah, good thing I muted it because I wanted to go at 100% volume for some reason. Uh, Now, why did Frieza sound like that? But anyways. I guess he was steroided up. Anyways, back to the music. One sec. There's some error on YouTube. I need to check out. God forbid I have a regular stream. Alright, never mind. Was it that deep in final form? I guess I just don't remember Linda's voice acting that much. Or at least I remember more from the games rather than the anime. Anyways, first form Frieza didn't really do much besides Aura farm. But he did command a whole army, so. And they did manage to collect the Dragon Balls for the most part. Second form. Has to be above Krillin for that horn stab. Third form. Did shoot. Oh yeah, you're right. I was thinking strictly Namek, but I guess if you want to count the other stuff. The special. He did devastate the Saiyan race. in this form. Final form, Frieza killed Dende, killed Krillin. Pre-Super Saiyan Goku was getting overpowered. Anything after that really doesn't really matter. Final form Frieza, or final form full power. What did this Frieza really accomplish? They didn't become stronger than Super Saiyan Goku. And the whole planet destruction thing they did pre-steroids. Kind of just prolonged the fight. It's kind of all they did. I don't know, somewhere around here. Either way. Bad transformation. It's not even a transformation. Nail. All Nail's good for is powering up Piccolo and getting punched in the nose. Getting their arm yanked off. So they're literally fodder. Just fuel. Guru. He gave meaningless power-ups to Gohan and Krillin and Dende. Okay, that's a stretch. I don't know if taking a beating is really a feat for a Frieza. Getting beat by Brawly, somehow surviving the vacuum of space and planet exploding, and getting blasted by Angry Kamehameha. Yeah. I mean, by that logic, Vegeta should be higher as well for surviving taking a beating. Ginyu, what did he accomplish? I guess he brought up the concept of a Goku getting his body taken, or main characters in general getting their bodies taken. And basically all he amounted to was having Goku be crippled or incapacitated. What is this ranking? I don't know. How useful the people were? Vibes? How impactful they were? If they have aura? Like Turtle here. But yeah, Ginyu's probably a C. He didn't beat anyone. Although, I guess if you want to say he indirectly beat Goku. But yeah, it's not that. Raccoon, same vibes as Nappa, but he didn't actually end up killing anybody. So, lower. Jason Raccoon, or not Jason Raccoon, Jason Birder. Fodder. If we're being real. Goldo had more impact than these two. Namek Saga Piccolo. Goten was dead, neck broken, everything. Not because of these two, though. Are you meeting from Raccoon stuff? I think Raccoon, if you want to go back to the whole durability thing, Raccoon did have feats in that regard. Although aesthetically he got mangled. But yeah. Piccolo, he basically was on equal footing with, or maybe a little stronger than second form, and stalled out final form for the Spirit Bomb. Here's probably fine. And also introduced the concept of Namekians fusing. Or merging, whatever the heck. Barunga, how impactful were you? Well, you brought back Piccolo. And allowed for others to escape the planet. Including Piccolo, which made Shenron actually I guess by this logic, they should all be pretty high. I'm basing on just... He was winning, but it wasn't... I don't feel like it was a real stomp out, per se. But yeah. Return home, Yardrat outfit, Goku. With instant transmission. Let's see, what did this Goku accomplish, really? He came back to Earth, didn't save his friends from being attacked by Frieza and King Cold. His only real feat is deflecting Trunks' sword with one finger. He got a heart virus and was incapacitated. That's basically it. Yeah, all he did was Aura Farm on Trunks. I'll put it in B. End of Cell Saga, or I guess pre-Cell Saga, pre-Cell Games, Goku. He was the third strongest on the planet. He had the IT Kamehameha, which we know and hate from Squadra. He gave Cell a Sensu Bean. He warped Cell and got blown up, which didn't even kill Cell, actually powered him up. Killed King Kai and Bubbles and Gregory. Or at least Bojack. But Aura. It's a cool jacket. Probably the last time Tien was actually useful when he nuked Semi-Perfect Cell. To be fair, it wasn't his fault Cell got the boost. Cell did that to himself. Yeah, that's true. It wasn't his fault. But the fact that Cell learned IT, I feel like, was his fault. But I guess had he not IT'd, then the world would have blown up, or whatever the scale of the bombs even were. Yeah, I don't know. Had Goku not teleported Cell, how big would the blast have actually been? Would it have destroyed the whole world? Because if it didn't, then they could just go back to Namek and start resurrecting people. It's the same type of explosion that Majin Vegeta did. Are you sure? I thought it was just 17 and 18's bombs that he was activating. True, he didn't have 18's bomb. Did have 17's though. And based on how 16 was going to blow him up, I assume that was also the same vibe of powerful. Had actually worked. So maybe one bomb charge was enough. Let's see. Cell blowing up. You know, now that I think about it, that would be a kind of cool boss in Squadra. Since I don't have semi-perfect cell anyway, you could fight him in the middle, and then after he's dead, he detonates. There's a big chunk to anyone remaining in the ring or something. Okay. Anyways, let's move on. This Vegeta might just be F tier. I don't know why they're showing all these forms, like these all matter separately. Okay, let's assume that this is beginning of Android Saga. Or like when he's about to do his fight against 19. Now, what the heck's the difference between these two? So this Vegeta beat 19. Got his ankles broken by Jiro. And got outsmarted by 18. Since he got beaten in endurance. But I feel like that's... These two are kind of the same. Yep. I guess for Aura, and he did get a kill. That's something. He did progress the plot. But his loss was pretty great. So maybe he just goes down here, actually. Like, probably the worst... Top 3 Vegeta beatings in his career. And then Super Vegeta. I guess. Beat up semi-perfect Cell, but let him absorb 18, and then got destroyed by perfect Cell. This is Final Flash Vegeta, though, so that's something to consider. He's also an idiot, so I think it goes down here. Let's just say that this is end of Cell Games Vegeta. He held off against Cell Jr. He retaliated after Trunks' death. It kind of led to Gohan getting injured. And then helped out in Cell being distracted, which led to his death. I'll put him in B. Actually, no, I'm gonna put him in B. Might as well put him in B. I'll put him, like, here. He did have an impact in changing the plot. At least he didn't embarrass himself beyond trying to get revenge for Trunks. Well, base Gohan doesn't do anything. He's only base after Cell's dead. So, I don't know, it's kind of fodder. Super Saiyan 1 Gohan doesn't really accomplish anything. He is the strongest until Cell gets the boost. I'm pretty sure, at least, that pre-Senzu Bean Cell was weaker than Gohan. But maybe not. Anyways, I'll put him, like, here. Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Well, he has the Bojack kill, if you want to count that. He has beat Cell, destroyed Cell Jr.'s. He kind of stalled beating Cell, though, because he went sadistic. And but he still won with some help. But I think the aura brings him up to here. Plus character development. King Cold, fodder. Frieza, fodder. Base Trunks. Cut down some Frieza soldiers. Super Saiyan Trunks. Kills Frieza, King Cold. Gets aura farmed on Loses to the androids again. Gets punched by Vegeta or something. Yeah, I think that's as far as I can put him. If there was a separation between buff Trunks or whatever this is and okay, since there's no going back to the future Trunks, I'll have to put him higher. Since he did beat 17 and 18 in Cell. Actually, I'll put him like here-ish. Future Gohan. I don't know what he does in base, really. But he trained Trunks, kinda. Despite him not winning, he at least in the anime fueled Trunks to go Super Saiyan. And everyone remembers him iconically. And there's a bunch of Xenoverse, whatever, what ifs for saving him and all that stuff. Kind of on par with Bardock, I feel like. But I'll put him like here. Jiro. F. Got killed by his own creations. He killed some citizens. But he didn't really do his own fighting. 19 was getting tossed. Thank God they didn't keep just these two as the main antagonists. I don't think I can... What would Dragon Ball even look like if these guys were just the main villains the whole time? And all they would have to do is make them stronger. Or on par with 17 and 18, but like... Yeah. I don't think anyone's buying figures of Dr. Gero. Or 19. 18... beat Vegeta. And did some stuff in Super. And was with Krillin. That's not really a achievement, though. Yeah. I'll put her... like... here-ish. "17" kind of accomplished less in terms of being iconic. Assuming there's a Super Dragon Ball Super 17 down here. Yeah, the super ones are there. This 17 was just kind of meh. He had a good fight against Piccolo, at least. "18. I'll put him like here. Actually, no. I'll put him here. So he has iconic moves. His fight against Cell wasn't that memorable. His most iconic thing that he did was die. To be honest. Imperfect Cell. It's a great concept. Having the main villain be weaker than the heroes, but just sneak around and get progressively stronger. Yeah. Semi-perfect. Ugly. What did he really accomplish? He blew up some citizens. That's pretty much it. Yeah, he's just the worst of his forms. He did more than third form Frieza, but he's like on that level. Good old middle stage evolutions. Perfect Cell. Beat Vegeta. Beat Trunks. Beat Goku. Beat Super Saiyan 1 Gohan. Effectively, it was just stalling him out to turn Super Saiyan 2, which is the same mistake Vegeta did. But he is iconic. So I'll put him up here. And then Super Perfect. Killed Trunks. And lost the Kamehameha battle to a disabled guy. And also backhand Vegeta. So with that being said, probably like here. Hercule. Is there a Buu Saga Hercule or no? Well, despite him being the weakest, pretty much the weakest known character that people actually care about, he did accomplish a lot, actually. He Through 16's head, he fielded the Spirit Bomb, befriended Boo. I can't remember if he did anything related to Dende, but they were kind of a duo for a bit. Yeah. And he's iconic in fighting games. Okay. The weakest... I can't say martial artist. Well, anyways. He's not winning any meaningful fights. Cell Juniors. Filler. Pycon. I mean, he's literally filler, but he did beat up Frieza and Cell and Ginyu Force, and he tied with Goku in that tournament. And he did help against Janemba. So maybe like... he can go down here. Kaioken Super Saiyan Goku. Bit of a precursor to the better version of this. I don't actually remember the fight that much, except that they both lost or both disqualified because they touched the ceiling or something like that of the glass dome of the ring. But I guess it's cool in concept. It's kind of like when they mixed the Nine Toes Chakra and Sage Mode kind of thing. I'll just put him down here. Doesn't really matter. Who? I know who this is, but he's useless. I know he's another dead fighter, but I couldn't tell you much about him aside from that. And she's part of the Red Ribbon Army, but yeah. Base Gohan. Olibu? Or Alibu? I understand now. Matter of fact, let me put her here too. Base Gohan Buu Saga. What did he accomplish, really? As base. He stopped robbers, but he was Super Saiyan. And that's pretty much it. Taught Videl how to fly. Yeah. Let's see. Gohan, Super Saiyan in the tournament. Did basically not much. He fought Deborah, but that didn't even finish. He lost to Boo. And he got CC'd into getting stabbed in the stomach. Great. Ultimate Gohan. What did he actually accomplish? Despite being the strongest character. He beat up Super Boo for a bit. And he fed Boo half the energy and did nothing with it. C. I guess for the aesthetic, I'll go with C. S tier. Videl. So pre-haircut Videl, what does she really do? She can't fly. She uncovers Gohan's identity, blackmails him into teaching her how to fly and joining the tournament. But she does do crime fighting for a regular human, so that's pretty decent, all things considered. And I think I don't remember if she's definitively stronger than Hercule at this point. But I'd say C. Solid B. Why is Videl B and not C? What's your explanation? I mean, aesthetic, I guess from aura or aesthetics, she's interesting. So process of elimination, huh? Everyone else is so bad, so she's brought up. I guess she accomplished plot progression. In a way. These aren't even ordered. Who cares? Tournament Videl and after. She gets one of the most brutal beatings She'll pacify Super Boo on the lookout. Well, that's after. I'd say this is more her feat. But even then, that's just from her being related to Hercule. I don't know if she actually did anything besides exist. But yeah, she got destroyed by Spopovich. And went to go fly to the fight scene of the Majin people. And then got outpaced and left behind. And after that, she basically did nothing on her own. She got turned into food and eaten. If she didn't exist there, we don't even get Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks. But did Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks actually accomplish anything? If anything, his only feat is escaping the time chamber. Really. And temporarily beating up Boo. I'm pretty sure how it went down is it's like Piccolo is like, oh, this is Satan's daughter, and Satan's daughter wants you to wait. So is that really her feat, or is that Piccolo's feat for being smart about it? You know what? She did fight Brawly that one time. Great Saiyaman 2. Anyways. Goten. What did Goten himself accomplish? All he's known is for being another person and throwing rocks. And mispronouncing Kamehameha. Kid Trunks. What did Kid Trunks actually accomplish? He landed a punch on Vegeta. He beat Goten in the tournament after cheating. He was a part of a good scene of being hugged and getting his neck chopped. He got the Dragon Radar or something from West City. I think if we're counting movie Trunks, at least in the Broly movie, he did something. I'll put him like C. That's about it. Assuming he's not down here somewhere. Boo Saga Piccolo. What did he accomplish? He stalled. He got turned to stone. He carried out Goten and Trunks. Boo-Tanks and Buhan would have been much more stupid had they not absorbed him. Well, he didn't do much combat-wise. He did do a lot with his brains. So, I'll put him there. Buu Saga Dende. Well, he did have the idea of restoring Goku's energy at the end. And he also stayed alive. Although, was him staying alive, does it actually matter? I guess kind of. So I could communicate with the Namekians. He's kind of a nothing character. He's just, are the Dragon Balls active or not? I'll put him in C. This guy, I think his name is Yamu. And then Spopovich on the right. He didn't really do anything besides stab Gohan. Take the energy. Yeah, my mouse was on... This is Spopovich. My mouse was on Spopovich when I said Yamu, but I was referring to him. And I said Spopovich on the right. Anyways, F tier. Anyways, higher than Videl. F tier. And F tier. And I'll put him in B. Because he did help them get away from the Vanish Ball. And did help warp Dende to Namek and all that stuff. That's about it. Did Goku really accomplish anything besides Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 are all separate? He deserves F. He did something. The whole reason Boo got revived, if they weren't around, we would have gotten Boo years later. Goku F in all forms. So Super Saiyan 3 is definitely an F. Super Saiyan 2, all I did was stall Vegeta and charge a Boo. And then get backhanded. Or the two-hand move, whatever you call that. Super Saiyan 1, really whatever. And yeah. Bobbity. Temporarily controlled Boo. Or like blackmail them pretty much to get sealed again. Oh yeah, Piccolo did slice Bobbity in half. Well, he progressed the plot. That's all I can really say about Bobbity. Deborah... I'll put you in F. What did you really accomplish? Vegeta is low C. Low C. Well, what did he really do? He fed Boo well. Okay. So he's in B for biscuit, I get it. He was fodder, but he did get his goals accomplished. Of reviving Boo. Although he died for it. Okay. I'll consider this pre-Majin Buu, pre-Majin Vegeta. He didn't really do anything. Post Majin Vegeta. He fused. He freed the others with Goku. He stole that Buu despite being weaker. Sure. Majin Vegeta. It has to be just pure aura. That he would be like here. Because his explosion didn't kill Boo. Not that it should have. He did knock out Goku, who was being stupid and pretty much deserved it. And he did kill some German people at a midlife crisis. Yeah, that's fine. Kid Buu is S tier. Well, I think he's... Is he the only villain to actually destroy Earth? Vegito gets A. Interesting. I think off Frieza did once. Destroyed Earth? Oh yeah, I guess Resurrection F. That was... I say that was reverted, but so was Boo's. Hmm. Okay. Well, the only thing Kid Buu lacked was dialogue. But I'll put him up here for being a menace. I didn't even need dialogue, really. Which is a mark of good writing. Gotenks. Base Gotenks, what did he accomplish? He fought Fat Buu, pretty much, and got trounced. Okay, not having dialogue and being silent are two different things. Because he was definitely not silent. With his sound effects. His negative IQ sound effects. If he was just entirely mute, though, that would be interesting. But, yeah. I'm gonna put Gotenks in F. I'm gonna mark this as, like, the first half of him fighting Super Buu in the chamber. I'd say they accomplished... Probably. It's kind of just doing stuff. In which case, the only real thing that actually worked was the Ghost Kamikaze attack. But it was entertaining. Super Saiyan 3 managed to get Piccolo the better character out of the time chamber. And did the volleyball. And the Die Missile Barrage. I'll put him in, like, B. Although how he managed to even become Super Saiyan 3 after, like, seeing it once is kind of goofy. Fat Buu. I'll put him an S. Am I biased? Probably. But he went from being Bobby's puppet to thinking for himself and even converted to good, although influenced by Hercule. But didn't have to be beat up. Also, that blind kid who was nice to him. Super Boo, Human Extinction, Absorptions. Turning the lookout people into candy. I'd say he's up there. And Buhan. By the time he was Buhan, he was his strongest, but because main character fusion, we pretty much just saw him lose. Actually, there's no Boo tanks here either. If I'm combining both Buhan and Boo tanks, then I'd put them like here. The kind of similar reasons of, despite being weaker, he outsmarted the remaining fighters and absorbed all of them. All the remaining was just Goku and then a dead Vegeta. And there's no time limit to his power, since Ultimate Gohan didn't have a time limit, unlike Boo tanks. So yeah, he was good. I'll put Vegito in A. In the manga, base Vegito's like around for like one frame, one panel, really. And then Super Vegito, he basically, all he basically accomplished was getting absorbed. Obviously, he's iconic, but the fight. What he accomplished was stalling Boo, or like demoralizing him, to the point of him absorbing him and using the opportunity to free the other absorbed people. Okay. Why is adult Goku here in Daima? He didn't do anything. Super Saiyan 3 Daima, adult Daima, didn't do anything either. Neither did he. I don't think people really care about my opinions on Daima that much. If at all. It was a fun, short, like 20-something episodes. To be honest, the only thing I cared about was the old Goku, Kid Goku voice actress coming back. Since she barely, if at all, voices Goku anymore. I'll put him like here or something. I don't like his monkey hands. In a meta sense, the return of the voice actors is cool. And also, Daima had some good fights. Like the... What are they called again? The tatami? The third one had a good fight. I'll put him like here. Super Saiyan... I couldn't tell you what he actually accomplished. And this was the first look on Super Saiyan 4 Daima version. And I'll just put him right below. Just kind of goofy. I feel like they could have just done the it would have been cool if they did a Daima Vegito. Or I would have actually might have preferred that over Daima Super Saiyan 4. Because then Vegito would have actually got a win. Maybe. See, if I think about it, Super Saiyan 4 Daima didn't actually win either. It was really, what's his face? Majin Ku that beat him. Anyways. I'll put him in like B for breaking the internet. Daima Piccolo. Maybe a more useless character. Shin had some lore stuff, I guess, and some dialogue. That's about it. Useless. Bulma kind of ended up being useless. Because her fixing the ship didn't even matter. Glorio and Pansy are here as well. The sword one was fine, I guess. Hammer one was way better. And spear one was kind of whatever. This old guy, don't care about him. My goat. He aesthetically is stupid, but using a more magical approach instead of just everybody somehow knows key energy was interesting. But as a villain, like, whatever, really. You're whatever. She created more Majins, and that's pretty much it. Had some dealings with Glorio, but didn't really amount to anything. Majin Ku, the king. It doesn't matter. Majin Du. He had his moment with winning against the Tatami and the Super Saiyan 3 moment. Who? 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 F? Oh, these two are from the special. Beerus. Holy. There's still so much more. But most of this is just super. Beerus is alright. I don't particularly like him, though. Whis. Eh. God Goku against Beerus. Also F. Vegeta had his moment. Super Bulma. I'll pardon C. Why is Videl and Super Saiyan Videl, why are those separate characters? Videl doesn't do anything besides be pregnant. These three don't really do anything. They're just filler. Jocko is just... These are from Jocko's side story. Well, I know who she is, but... Bulma's sister. But I couldn't tell you anything about her. Super Frieza. Or first form Frieza, I guess. Maybe this is like backstory, Broly backstory, Frieza. In which case, he did some interesting stuff, taking out those snipers and the iconic racism. I'll put him in A. This looks like Tournament of Power Frieza. I'll put him in S. I mean, it doesn't really do anything. Super Saiyan Blue, I don't even like that form. Particularly. But it's so prevalent in Super, it's kind of like bread. But that being said, at least Blue Vegeta in the movie was going to beat Frieza until he blew up the planet. Which would have been cathartic if he actually won, and the movie actually let him win. Is A at least? Oh, I put him in A. But yeah. Champa. Nobody cares. S tier. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Kaba. Nobody cares. Blue Kaioken Goku. I'll put him in like A. I've just given up on ordering at this point. But anyways, how's it going, Chubb? This tier list is definitely to be taken seriously. Hit. Well, he has a cool mechanic. 16B? Oh. Well, 16 was a catalyst for Gohan transforming. Majin Vegeta? Okay, where does Majin Vegeta deserve to be? S tier? What does he actually do? Yes, he deserves S tier. Go ahead, say your argument. Where did I put end of Buu Saga Vegeta? So many duplicates here. Look, I think in terms of aura and iconicness, he's S tier. But it's kind of a goofball. He blows up, doesn't kill Buu. He feeds Buu energy to resurrect because he wants his fake 1v1 with his power boost. He's a man of pride, but he gets artificial power up. You're a LARPer. I think you're a LARPer, actually. This man's midlife crisis is not S tier. He was already staying at home for like 7 years. Ah, never fight again. And then, Goku shows up for one day. Screw everything else. This isn't a power scaling. Vegeta up here, Namek Saga Vegeta, did go crazy. Was on a killing spree. And Zarbon humbled him. Poir. Okay, Poir was a joke. Poir was put there like 2 hours ago. Show me S again. Go ahead. Solid S for, except for return cell. He's A at best. Okay, I'm fine with that. Because all he does is kill Trunks and backhand Vegeta, basically, and cripple Gohan. Sure, I can put him in A, just for you. I mean, it's not really ordered. I don't really care. But... well, Trunks had to die. He's too comfortable. This might be a bottom 5 list, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you. Go ahead and make your own tier list. So we can judge you. Zeno. This guy doesn't do anything. Super Trunks. Honestly, go ahead and go in C tier. Where do you put Belmod? Where is he going beyond F tier? Or like, I don't know, C? He's like one scene with women around him. Is that it? Yes, please explain to me. He was a Pride Trooper before? There's no way. Where is he? This irrelevant clown. There you go. I hope you're happy. F. This transformation's stupid. Who really cares about Belmod? And him talking smack in the stands. Well, yeah, they haven't fleshed out a lot of them. I mean, there's that one other god who, is it Sidra? Who did the whole ambush thing on Goku and Frieza? That's like about it. But like, that's such a nothing. All that basically did was show off Frieza returning and killing a bunch of people. Would I put Roshi Tournament of Power? In terms of coolness, he does like some pseudo. This is your redemption. I don't care what you think. This judgment cannot harm me. I mean, he doesn't really do that much. I mean, besides like speeches and fighting Jiren a little bit. He's out relatively very early. Does he have a couple cool moments? Yes. Does he go in like A tier for that? I don't think so. Probably like B at best. Alright, name all the 5 people that he KO'd. And I said B tier, by the way. Name the threats. Can do. Okay. So where are you putting him? A tier? Somehow. Like, I don't... Maybe if it was like... Manga Gohan? But I wouldn't even put him that highly for Tournament of Power. In terms of just, like, the anime. Wow, that's crazy. I will accept B. So I say B tier, you get mad. And then you accept B. That's crazy. Where is this guy? There he is. Put him right above your favorite character. Mai. Well, she somehow managed to survive. Send me it when you finish. Oh, brother. Alright. I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna just put it in the Discord server, but I'll send it to you. Okay, let's think about what Mai actually does. She helps run the resistance with no powers and a shotgun. She... The heck does she actually do? I can only think of her being knocked unconscious. It's resistance leader. She helps people coordinate attacks against Goku Black, which is goddamn pointless. And yeah, I'm just gonna... I'll put it in like C. I mean, it's interesting that she went from an old lady to a child to a teen in this timeline somehow. But like... yeah. Goku Black. puts Trunks' timeline into suffering again. Takes over Goku's body. Just a menace. I'll put him in... Like, him and Zamasu fought the three of them a lot. And mostly won. Despite Goku Black not even being, like, immortal or anything. And the concept of this whole I wish to swap bodies, 50 million timelines, and time travel back and forth. I shouldn't just like the whole saga, but the character itself. I'll put him like here. Now, would it have... Let me just skip to Zamasu real quick. Would it have been boring if it was just Zamasu by himself? No Goku body snatched. Would that type of arc been interesting? Well, they wouldn't be able to hide the mystery of Zamasu being the one behind all of it. And him just being immortal would kind of be boring on its own. Not that they even really solved that issue, they just vaporized the whole timeline, basically. But as a villain, it was interesting. Pulling off immortality and the body change. And being pretty hidden. So he's a smart villain. Now, Goku Super Saiyan God, Goku Black, Rose, Ultra, Beast, Canon. I think the idea... I don't like Super Saiyan Blue in general. But the idea of Goku Black reaching his own unique transformation by merging Divine Ki and Super Saiyan in a different way, I think is really cool. Obviously, he's the only one that has that transformation as well. And... yeah. Now, is Rose more iconic than the intro of Goku Black? Seemingly not enough to get his own character in Squadra yet. But I'd say amongst all of the shenanigans in the saga, this is probably the best thing that came out of it. People might say, but Vegito Blue. Vegito Blue didn't accomplish anything. Again. Actually, he accomplished less. If you want to say him making Zamasu unstable or something, the merged Zamasu and making him ugly on the side, which I don't think even happened in the manga version. But yeah, I'm gonna put these. I'll put them at least in like B. He didn't necessarily ruin anything, but he didn't accomplish anything either. Like, definitively. And we actually needed him. Just merchandise. This idiot. Merge Zamasu in concept is cool. Of someone evil using the Patara. And not just Kibito or Kibito Shin and useless Vegito. But that being said, this is probably like the path of their downfall. So maybe like a if I'm really thinking about it, they had to nuke the whole timeline just to beat this guy. The stupid spirit sword thing didn't work. Yeah. Alright, not the liberation. Tournament of Power of Vegeta. I'm just gonna ignore like the beginning parts. More so on Blue and Blue Evolution. I think his fight I don't even care about this. If there was a D rank, I'd put him here. Yeah, Blue Evolution is like kind of cool, but also like get an actual like proper transformation, not just slightly different hair color. Which he does with Alter Ego, but yeah. And I'll just put him here. I don't really care. But yeah, like his fight against Topo is neat and all, and his struggle against Jiren. But I think the fact that they redid the explosion and it didn't kill him this time, was a bit like nostalgia bait-ish. Base Goku. Like, there's 8 Gokus on my face right now. On my screen. Okay, Omen. It's only really hinted at in like the intro, kind of. Not really though, because there's like a red energy. It's kind of more of a personal pick though, of him first showing up and the theme was probably the best part of the Tournament of Power, and also his fight against Kefla. All this other stuff I don't care about. I should make just a category of I don't care. But we'll just put him in C. God Goku had some cool stuff with his finger blast. Fighting against Kale and Caulifla. Blue, more white bread. Kaioken. I remember he did that against Jiren, and it didn't really result in anything. Still got trounced. Mastered Ultra Instinct. It had its moments, like the angry punch and the line streak Kamehameha he did on him. It had some good moments for like animation, but he wasn't as cool as Omen, and still isn't, in my opinion. I'll put it in B. Gohan. There's no manga separation here, right? Yeah. Just regular Gohan, I don't care. Ultimate Gohan, he put in work against the Namekians and Dispo, I'm pretty sure. But as far as I know, he didn't do anything that crazy aside from that. Tournament of Power Piccolo had his moments, but generally speaking, didn't leave a strong impression on me. Krillin as well. Tien, I was about to put an F tier because they had that stupid outfit. Okay, 17 is the MVP, obviously, of the Tournament of Power. I guess if I have Frieza up here, I should And it's not Tournament Power Frieza, though. It kind of is. They didn't separate them. Yeah, to bring back an old character, even though the power scaling is weird as to why he'd be on par with Super Saiyan Blue, it's quite strange, but he did hold his own against Jiren and everyone else he fought, and iconically stopped Brienne from transforming, or Brienne. I'll put him like here. $18. I don't really know what she did solo besides fight Ribrianne. And like Ribrianne, I don't want to remember her. Basically, Ribrianne is just Ash's mom, VA, with Sailor Moon transformation. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. I'll put her in like B, from what I vaguely remember. I haven't like gone back to watch any episodes with her in it, so you know, why is Kefla here on one end and then Super Saiyan on the other, and then all the other forms of the separate two in the middle? What's up with that? Anyways, another Saiyan Potara fusion. The second new one of Super. In her base form, I can't remember if base Kefla led to Omen or she had to go Super Saiyan for it. But she's iconic. That being said, I'd still put her like here. Caulifla, I'm not separating these two, or like the forms that much, aside from like maybe Berserk. So that'd be a lot of F tiers incoming. A lot of who's. But anyways, another universe Saiyan who isn't trash like Kaba, who is working towards getting stronger and learning new forms and all that. In general, it's interesting, but besides Girl Saiyan, Girl Super Saiyan, is she the first female Super Saiyan? She might be. Or should I say female Super Saiyan that's actually a Saiyan? since Videl for some reason. Yeah. I'll just put it right next to them. And base Kale. Now, if we're talking about what she actually accomplished, base Kale, F. I mean, her design's fine. She's kind of like alternate universe Meek Brawly. So I get that. But the stuff that motivates her and all that is just dumb. And I guess this is more on the counterpart of Second Coming Brawly, Super Saiyan, where she's not white pupil out of control, or at least less out of control. I don't really know much that she does in this form, but at least she's not useless. Big Rage Kale. I mean, she was a menace. But yeah, I'll just put her here. Can't say there's any distinct difference between these two. She doesn't really have any character arc, but you know what? Just because of the back tingles, I'm going to put you in F tier. The fact that how you transformed. As a character, you're alright, but the fact of how you transformed, being back tingles, you can be F tier. And I'll put it right next to Gohan. Definitely feel the artist. From what I vaguely remember, her fight with Gohan in the manga was more interesting than... Well, it was different. It's probably better for their characters. But obviously, Omen was more hype. These two, the two that merged with a bunch of Namekians, it's a cool concept bringing back Namekians, first of all, and also the whole merge thing of Piccolo not being the only one who does it. Yeah. Now, why these two didn't merge into one person is beyond me. Like, why have you two separate? I don't know if they explained that. Get this trash out of here. The dog trio. I don't remember much about them except this guy had poison. And this was the leader guy of the group. I think his name is like Bergamo or something. But yeah, these guys are kind of whatever. I mean, they're part of the exhibition match. They kind of introduced more universes, which is something, but I don't care for any of them. We're bringing in her friends, her transforming friends. I think this one's Kakunsa. I don't remember what this one's called. Look, I'm sure they had some feats, but realistically, who cares? And Ribrianne herself, while having an ugly design, she is pretty much a gag of magic girls. So I'm sure someone's gonna get mad at this. But she's just a joke character, so I think the joke of her being so unlikable and whatnot, but she's still relatively a threat, or the biggest threat of their universe, Universe 2. And I'm pretty sure she had some big mode as well at 18 beat. I think. It's been a while, and why would I rewatch those episodes? This blind guy, I'm pretty sure Krillin beat with his smelly shoe. Rabbit girl. Yardrat guys. I don't remember. Don't remember. Fodder. 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 This guy was funny. He's another... Actually, he had his moments. I'll put him up here. I think he tried to talk to Frieza once and Frieza just ignored him. More fodder. Dispo. Dispo actually... aside from Topo and Jiren, obviously, Dispo was the only Pride Trooper we cared about at all. I'm gonna put him like here. Topo. Veiny head. Overweight Topo. Do we care about this Topo? Not really. Kind of just like a strong, big arm guy. Now, God of Destruction Topo. Where he's like, F justice. I'm gonna squeeze your head, Frieza. Yeah. So let me reevaluate Hit again for a sec, because I don't think there's any different versions of him. So, time skip ability, very unique. Obviously, they were like time stoppers, like Guldo. Being an assassin, he kind of fell off though after the tournament, after the exhibition match thing. People are saying that he got cloned because of how poorly he lost in the Tournament of Power. So you know what, I think it's fine. I think let's leave him. Jiren. Characterization and like, is this an actual good character at all? You know what, let me put shirtless Jiren down here. Let me put... It's like, is his character good? No. Did he take down or like beat a lot of people? Yes. Is just being strong enough for him to be high? Because if that's the case, why isn't this little creature high? Yeah, just being strong is not good enough. I did prefer him more calm than big mad, big neck. I don't know if this guy really left an impression on me. She's funny and all with her love girl idol cheering, but whatever, really. I don't remember if he said anything interesting. Or him. I remember Katila, or however you say it. Tequila, rearranged. Remember him being, well, he's obviously a rat. That his banter was pretty interesting. So I'll put him with Beerus, honestly. Gine. As a concept of seeing Goku's mom, or Goku having a mom, really, is cool. I can't tell you what her personality is like if I had to like say in a sentence. She's also a part of a retelling of Bardock's story, which is weird. And it kind of places Goku in a weird state of like kind of being more so a kid than a baby, which messes up a lot of things. That being said, the concept of Gine being Goku's mom. Osprey here. I mean, she doesn't really matter. If anyone's mad that I put Gine in A. It's less about her character and more about her concept. Broly Goku with the jacket on. The jacket is S tier. Now, him being Super Saiyan, was he even like Super Saiyan for any reasonable amount of time? I don't remember. I'll just put him in the whatever. Put right next to you. This one. Because he did the whole Godbind thing, which is cool. But he did get absolutely tossed. Blue Goku in this movie, by the time he got to Blue, he was just losing the whole time, so it's like... whatever. Vegeta's jacket. I like green more than blue, so S tier. Vegeta was actually very good during his initial fight against Broly, but Broly wasn't like that much of a threat at the time. But at least Vegeta didn't get wrecked the entire time, so I'll put him there. He has an iconic transformation. It's the first time we're seeing God Vegeta. He has that air blast thing and the punch to the mountains. This Vegeta pretty much didn't lose. Kind of just tagged out. I'll put him here. Blue Vegeta in the movie is just losing like Goku, essentially. Chile as a character, well, saved Broly, the Dragon Balls, escaped Frieza, as an overall character and a non-fighter, I think she should be I'll put her like here. She's a good addition to the franchise. Obviously, some other people view her interest for different reasons, but you know. Limo or Lima. It's kind of just a guy to hang out with. Chile. Yeah, it's whatever. Paragus. F tier. He was smart in terms of his survival and keeping Broly alive, but the fact that he tried to get his revenge on King Vegeta through Prince Vegeta and was just fodder to get Broly mad and abused Broly, I can't put him higher than that. Super Broly. I'll put him... I'll just put him like A. I think at the very least why are these rearranged? The concept of Broly being remade to be more canon and not a crybaby sludge monster is good. I don't like Dragon Ball Minus, but that's of little importance compared to the rest. The Super Saiyan aspect, I don't really care about, but I mean, it mattered. Because he couldn't go Super Saiyan before. And just... Broly Big Mad is like, whatever. I don't really care. This one, when he goes like gold eyes, as fighting them in the ice. I thought it was interesting because, as Vegeta said, he's learning as he fights. So, like, obviously, in terms of this whole franchise, getting stronger is the whole central idea. And I don't know what you even want to call it. His rage booster, Senkai boosting something mid combat, progressively getting stronger. It's just a cool concept. Now, is it BS? The fact that Broly can just go from non-Super Saiyan all the way up to how strong he was by the end. Yeah. What, Legendary Super Saiyan and all that. He had the catalyst of stronger opponents, so he got stronger. He just couldn't, he couldn't keep up with the scaling, let's say. But had the fight dragged out more, one, they would have defused, but also would have lost. But yeah, you know what? I'll put this Broly higher. Wait. Is it shirtless Broly or just Super Saiyan Broly that beats up Frieza? I'm gonna say it's just regular Super Saiyan. Yeah. I feel like at this point, Broly's kind of just a punching bag. So, yeah. But it's not like it really matters. Overall, I like Broly as a character. And I'm looking forward to what else they'll do with him in future arcs. Gogeta doesn't do anything. I want to just see. Whatever. At least his fusion animation looks cool. The red and orange, not red and orange, the orange and blue tornado thing. But as a base, he doesn't do anything. Oh, I gotta bring these two up. Obviously, most of this is just movie animation and whatnot. But the segments that he was Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan Blue fighting Broly were just very well executed. So, that being said, I feel like a lot of it has been, or maybe I've just seen it too often between fighters and other such Dragon Ball games, so I'm a little tired of seeing Gogeta Blue. But for what he was, he's very cool. It had a lot of new moves. Moro. Old Moro, young Moro, and then merged with that android thing. Wouldn't it be this way? Or... I can't remember. Maybe it is this way. But like, I remember he has like a Perfect Cell-ish arc. Anyways, I like Moro as an overall character. I couldn't tell you the key plot points of all his different forms. This one's going F tier though, for being stupid. I'm pretty sure by this point he just gets bullied by Master Ultra Instinct though. But I'll put early Moro with the goat head here. Because I think the whole magical power, sorcery, drain energy, need to fight smarter, not harder kind of villain is interesting. From what I remember, so. Regular Goku. Okay, so this is just like the manga characters. Because this is true Ultra Instinct. This is mastered, obviously. At least I'm pretty sure this is true. I'll put him an S. Where did you rank Monster Carrot or Monster Rabbit? It's a good question. There he is, in F tier. I mean, he was around for like one episode. So, clearly didn't leave a good enough impression. You weren't 100% sure on his name. He turned Bulma into a carrot. It is a busted ability. That's true. And he has bunny henchmen. They're pounding mochi on the moon. Which, if you think about it, the moon's been blown up several times, so Monster Carrot is dead. Is super dead. But his sunglasses were cool. Can't believe I haven't even got to the movies yet. But manga, Goku, post Tournament of Power. Nothing really remarkable about him as far as I know, so let's put him here. True Ultra Instinct, I think, was him accepting his heritage or something. I can't remember. In the Granola saga. Thanks for lurking. Have Pingu stare into your soul. Alright. I'll see you later. I do like the black-haired Goku with the Ultra Instinct gray eyes. But as far as I've remembered, this form's actually weaker than Master Ultra Instinct. And it kind of undoes the whole point of Master Ultra Instinct. It's a bit of a confusing transformation, honestly. From what I remember. So I'll just put in like C. This big Susanoo energy mech Goku. It's kind of stupid. Would people buy figures of it? Probably, but the idea of him having just some big mech to punch this world-absorbing Moro is stupid. This guy had a cool gimmick. Okay, maybe not that high, but I mean, yeah, kind of whatever. This guy with his bad haircut, teaching Ultra Instinct to Goku a bit more, helping him master it, like for real, is pretty good. And sacrificing himself. Yeah. I don't really care where he's positioned. The Kai that was originally Boo. I don't remember what his actual title was. If he was a Supreme Kai or Elder Kai or whatever the heck. Anyways. He's alright. He did noble things and actually took some actions, unlike that goofball in the present timeline. To me, this is second peak Vegeta. So I think he goes in S tier. He does Yardrat training. And redemption. And the Spirit Fission stuff was cool. That being said, this Ultra Ego maybe he's not well translated or something. Because, like, I like that he has his own transformation that's not Ultra Instinct. I don't like the no eyebrows. I don't like the earring. I don't like that he's just taking hits to get stronger or whatever the heck. But it's Vegeta's path to power, so that's not blue for 7 million time. So I'll put an A. Isn't this like old man gas? This freak. The heaters or the heatas or whatever they're called. I'll put him in C. He's a bit of a pawn. And the fact that he's only strong because he wished to become the strongest after Granola wished to be the strongest kind of thing, it's just stupid. It's like a no you. Granola. Granola goes C tier. Maybe I need to reread the Granola arc, but he's kind of just a little idiot. His sniper abilities are cool, but him wishing to be the strongest and like cutting his life short was stupid. And his wish already got countered by this guy. Yeah. I don't know, maybe they'll redo his story or something to make it more interesting. But right now he's just an idiot in my head. Black Frieza. Am I just following the hype by putting him in S tier? We haven't seen truly what he could do. But I just like the idea of Frieza actually continuing his training and not worrying about killing Goku and Vegeta as more motivation to keep getting stronger himself. I think that's kind of cool. In a way, he's adopted Saiyan ideology. I mean, he kind of did with the whole I'm gonna train at all. So yeah. But we'll see how his arc actually plays out. Piccolo and Superhero. Yeah. I'll put him in S. I feel like while Gohan did get the shine at the end, it was basically his movie. This form was a waste of space. It's just like a visual way to show that he got stronger pre-Orange Piccolo. And Orange Piccolo in general is as a concept of him. While I did say Granola wishing for power is stupid, Piccolo just wishing for the potential unlock that Guru would have probably given him. And receiving extra is kind of a reward in my opinion, is a reward for his character. Like, he went from Demon King Piccolo who killed Shenron to Shenron giving him a little extra. So him turning a new leaf pays off. in that way. Anyways, Pan in superheroes. Well, she's much better than GT. She didn't do anything wrong either. It's probably the best we'll see of Pan as a character, unless they rewrite GT. So I'll put her like here. Or no, I'll put her next to Broly. Because she's here for the same reasons of rewriting a character to be better. Gohan. Well, I like how the way his hair looks in this more than his typical super hair. Or even the GT hair you can see somewhere here. This looks way more interesting than this. So his hair's getting cut off here, but you know what I mean. When they were all Super Saiyan, Goten, Gohan, and Vegeta in GT looked nearly all the same. When they were all possessed. Anyways, I'll put him in like C. He's still weak, but he was apparently keeping up with his training and was developing the whole new transformation and special beam cannon on the side, so that's cool. Super Saiyan somehow fixes his eyesight. I mean, okay. Ultimate in this is okay. And Beast. Aesthetically, Beast is cool. Especially Cannon is cool. But if we're looking at it as a whole, it's... This whole ending of the movie was nostalgia bait for Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Cell. It's basically just Super Saiyan 2 Gohan XL versus Cell Quadruple XL. But the hype was there, so I guess we'll just base it on that. And he did get the win. And the kill. Dr. Hedo. Well, he's an inventor. He modified his skin. But he got manipulated, so he can just go down here. Whatever. I think his name is Magenta. Whatever. Gamma 1 and 2. I'll put them both in B. Actually, I lied. I'll put Gamma 2 in A. I think it did a really good introduction and characterization. Had the story just been Gamma 2 and there was no Gamma 1, could the story have unfolded pretty much the same? And maybe Gohan shows up late for when he, like, to fight Cell. They could have maybe pulled that off. But I guess they wanted to redo the whole twin androids again. So more nostalgia bait. But yeah, his little mini rivalry with Piccolo was cool. Get this fodder off my screen. And get this fodder off my screen. Adult GT Goku. At the beginning. Also, we're in GT now. He was fine. He was training Oob. Or is this... Why is Kid Oob here? In GT segment. That's weird. Anyways. He's fine. Let's put him in C, though. He didn't last. But he was a fine teacher. Let's have him blowing up part of the lookout. Although he didn't really capitalize on taking Pilaf more seriously and not getting turned into a child. That's just Goku, I guess. Kid Oob. He has the one fight with Goku, and he now helps against Zamaru. Just whatever. Kid Goku GT. Well, I mean, I like Kid Goku as a whole, but I don't like the characterization of him. Actually, no, I'll put him in B. I don't like the Goku time segment of GT. But he had some maturity to him at some points, like when he was fighting Gohan and Goten. It took a while for him to go Super Saiyan, but it's not like his personality changed that much. Just whatever. Super Saiyan 3 is still trash. Super Saiyan 4. Icon. But that being said, I'll put him like... It doesn't matter. This is unordered anyways. I don't have time to order this. But he's S tier. The design is S tier. The return to monkey is S tier. Because despite being Saiyans, the whole monkey concept kind of left past the Saiyan saga. And Frieza's racism. Like, the newer Saiyans didn't even have tails, really. They're basically just superpowered humans. Pan, F tier. GT Pan is a cranky damsel. So, like, if you have beef with Bulma, Pan is worse. GT Trunks, also F tier. Obviously, he wasn't Future Trunks, and the characters age up, but I don't feel like he accomplished that much either. Majoob, or Super Oob. I'll put him in A. I feel like he came full circle with Boo, as well as was a crucial part of the fight against Baby. Whether it being stalling him or being eaten and messing up his stomach. GT Goten. What does he do besides go on date and get possessed? Bolo. What does she do besides chop? GT Gohan. See, if this was Vegeta with the mustache, this would have been S tier. But sadly, it's not. I think Vegeta at this point is less... He's more mellowed out. But still coming up with cool moves like Final Shine Attack. He was holding his own for a while against baby-possessed Gohan and Goten. But yeah, I think I genuinely like this version of Vegeta as a character. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is stupid. Bulma. The Blitz Waves. But, just like Goten's whole existence, he did incite fusion. Another fusion, which is cool. Aside from that, yeah. It's like merchandising video game stuff. Having a Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is cool. And another means of increasing power through fusion. But the whole Blitz Waves thing is just stupid. I think Baby is one of the only redeeming qualities of GT. GT's story, at least. While not necessarily linked to the Black Star Dragon Balls, he appeared at the end of that. And yeah. He didn't swap bodies, but he did possess, like, everyone. And created a whole mind-controlled army. Now, had Baby managed to pull off Super Saiyan 4 while possessing Vegeta, and not just been Golden Ape, that would have been pretty cool. Why he didn't pull that off, and Goku and Vegeta were able to pull that off, I don't really know. I guess just convenience. But anyways. Great Ape, Baby. It's, I guess, in a way, it's nostalgia baitish of the Saiyan saga of Vegeta the Great Ape versus Goku again, at regular size. And like, despite in concept it's fine. I don't like how it looks or a lot of things related to it, but as a concept it was good. Or as like subtext, I guess, of this guy who hates Saiyans became a giant monkey. Kind of like how Frieza adopted the art of training in response to the Saiyans. Yeah. The whole concept of Super 17 hell opening up and two 17s and they fuse together to be this guy that doesn't even look like 17. I just think it's stupid. Rest in peace, Krillin. Nova Shenron being the 4-star ball and being noble. Despite not being the big bad, he was the only other Shadow Dragon that was redeemable. Or was worth any value. So, yeah. Sin and Omega. AKA the same guy. I'm actually noticing that they do look slightly different. Sin and Omega. Obviously you can see in the preview the two heads are different, but like also the chest is different and the legs are different and stuff like that. I'm just confused as to why they... Also, I realized his head shape is kind of like Deborah's. It's an elongated head. But anyways, I don't get why they didn't change his thing more drastically. Or why the other 6 Dragon Balls didn't influence his design more. But I just realized I didn't include the other dragons. Yeah. If you think of the Shadow Dragon Shenron, you're not really thinking of anything else but just Omega. So it's like, I can put him higher, but he's really just fodder. It's almost like his transformation didn't matter. But as a concept of the Dragon Balls are being overused for stupid reasons, or not even stupid reasons, but they're being overused in general. And the fact that Bulma has been spamming them for cosmetics, honestly, they deserve to be killed for that. Okay, maybe this is a little too high. Maybe like... maybe like here. Or something, I don't know. Point being, he is one of two reasons why people care about GT at all. In terms of villains, I mean. And he's not wrong either. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Aesthetically memorable in the Tenkaichi Budokai, or the reverse of that. Tenkaichi Budokai is what it's supposed to be called, but you know what I mean. The video games. BT3 and whatnot. He's like the strongest. Actually, even in Budokai, I'm pretty sure. In fighters, he has the one-shotting move. As the strongest, he's cool and like a combination of the two characters and all that. In the video games, he's much better than he was in the actual anime. Because in the actual anime, he's just a waste of time. He didn't meaningfully damage Omega. I mean, he kind of reverted him back to Sin, but that didn't last. And if he actually just killed him, would that have been so bad? Maybe. But if it would have been so bad, then why even bring him up? I don't know. Just for hype, I guess. But yeah, he's cool, but stupid. I'm gonna just put him right next to Vegeta. Garlic Jr. Get out of my face. Yes, it's cool that he actually pulled out the immortality, but he sent himself into the dead zone, the only thing that could defeat him, blah blah blah. He's an idiot. Turles has, like, the first Goku lookalike was interesting. It's not even the only Goku with evil Goku lookalike with a scouter. But yeah. Obviously people really like the character. And they want him in various games for whatever reason. Just to be a unique evil Goku. Icarus. He's been in various movies, but like, what does he really do? You could say like the biggest impact he had was in Cooler, maybe? But like, he messed up by flying too fast. And apparently he got censored for that. Dr. Wheelo. I've never actually seen the ending of this movie. I've only seen like the abridged, which didn't have him actually fight, so. But yeah, again, not that I know the actual story, but I feel like they could have solved his problems at least made him an android and not this big chungus. Cooler's iconic. Cooler letting Goku go as a baby and saying like Frieza will pay for the mistake, so let him handle it. Which also led to his demise too. It's kind of goofball behavior. That being said, he is cool. He might not get as cosplayed as Frieza, but I think people would prefer to look like cooler than Frieza, typically. We're almost there. Get this stupid thing out of here. Lord Slug. Let's see. Jeez, it's been 5.5 hours, and I've done like 2 tier lists. Well, it was like 400 pictures, so. And then the starters was like 9 times 9. So cleanly over 500 things to tier and talk about. Anyways, Lord Slug. As a concept of bringing back the idea of evil halves and having an evil half of Guru, and bringing back the idea of eternal youth like King Piccolo and Giant Namekian from Piccolo Jr. He did have some cool moments in that regard. And the whole super hearing thing was something too, whistling. But yeah. Nobody's gonna be like, please add Lord Slug to the video game. Nobody's saying that. Android 13. I'll put him in B. The idea of more androids being added. He had some iconic moves and distinct aesthetic. Though why he turned blue is beyond me. But he was kind of like a movie cell in a way, absorbing 2 androids to transform. Bojack. Well, I do like Bojack in Squadra. And the idea that Bojack doesn't mind jumping people with his henchmen. I'll put it in B. Also, his transformation sequence is pretty cool. Of him, like, ripping his clothes while beating up Vegeta, I'm pretty sure. Zangia, who just got added to Sparking Zero. She's alright. I don't really have any impression on her. She's not a bad character. Or that I dislike. So Yeah. It's just C tier. She beat up Krillin, got backstabbed for really no reason at all. And yeah. Meek little Brawly. I guess as a concept of don't show your cards immediately. If Brawly was just introduced all roided out, would that have been as interesting? I mean, a key part of Dragon Ball Z and thereafter is transformation, so... I'll put him in like C. He's not a bad design or anything or whatever on his own. This blue version makes no sense. Like, sometimes it exists, sometimes it doesn't. It is supposed to be Super Saiyan. What is this? Second Coming, Super Saiyan. He just doesn't have black hair anymore, I guess. Somehow he just lived in the ice, Super Saiyan, or something. Yeah, just whatever. Now, obviously, this is the more iconic Brawly. His design is cool, his attacks are cool, but just like this other Brawly, it's kind of a mindless brawler. Of sorts. At the very least, this Brawly does have dialogue in the first movie, or the first two. It has trash talk and stuff. And iconic scenes and stuff like that. You know what? Let me put him in A. If I think of just him yelling Kakarot, then he's bad, but he doesn't actually just do that. Although it's hard to believe. Paragus, F. Fusion Reborn, Gogeta. The fusion before Vegito, I think technically. Yeah. This guy actually won. I don't know, I'll put him like here, it doesn't matter. He was cool. Everything leading up to a fusion. He actually did it, joke around and waste time and be an idiot like Super Saiyan 4. And he didn't have reason to stall or basically do nothing and just punch out like Vegeto's of past and future. So yeah. Janemba has some pretty unique attacks with his, but he is kind of a Boo clone, movie Boo clone of sorts. But his clones and the mirror attacks and the whole hell warping stuff, that's pretty cool. And Super Janemba, honestly, if I'm putting Kid Buu to me, while he doesn't have as many feats as Kid Buu, it's basically Kid Buu with a sword. So he has the stretching arms, and he has the not really talking sound effects thing going on. And yeah, he's just a menace. And Tapion. Tapion's cool. He plays the flute and doesn't sleep. But what does he really do? I'm thinking about it. Yeah, he's kind of just a look kind of character. Alright, well that's it. Now, I'm sure some of these are off or whatever, and my ideas of judging people or my criteria have changed depending on the character or depending on the hour I've been doing this, because I've been doing it for several hours. So yeah, it's not going to be consistent no matter what. They're not ordered, but generally speaking, Kid Goku's great. Kid Krillin's great. Also Kid Goku, but pre-Roshi training, I guess, is fine. Although lesser than this one. Grandpa Gohan, great. Namek Vegeta. In terms of doing bad stuff, I feel like he did his best villainy arc there. Of just getting kills, and it wasn't just killing citizens and yeah, midlife crisis. Announcer guy. Does he have any feats? No. But he was there during the whole career of the guys. So it's like, I don't know. It's like seeing an old friend. So he's up there. Kid Krillin again when he's introduced. Obviously not as good, but he's smart even back then with the rock and various other things, albeit he's still weaker than Goku. Mr. Popo, amazing. I mean, some of his like lessons are kind of brought into Ultra Instinct as well, of like clearing your mind and having your body just move kind of thing. So I feel like he was a good teacher in Goku's 3 years of his time skip. Super Saiyan 2, Gohan. Obviously, he's iconic. Gohan had some character development of letting go of his fear of hurting others, I guess, and killing others. Didn't seem to be an issue when he was fighting other people, but you know. Super Saiyan 1, Goku, obviously iconic. Krillin got blown up, ran out of options. but I'm mad. Perfect Cell. Cell's character developed to be more human, less bug. He stopped drinking people. And yeah, just overall much bigger boost in charisma. And yeah, he started off being a little weasel, going around drinking people and getting stronger. Managed to use his kit of stolen moves to escape and fend off people that were stronger than him until he grew himself. So, great character, great intro to his character. Horrifying. Yeah. Ultra Instinct Omen. Aside from Super Saiyan, I mean, you could say Super Saiyan 3's transformation is iconic, but Super Saiyan 3 as a concept is stupid. So aside from that, and Super Saiyan 1, this, in my lifetime, is Goku's transformation that broke the internet. And even now, people play the Ultra Instinct theme, so yeah. Rosé, again, a unique transformation for Goku Black, and sort of an inversion of Super Saiyan Blue, a twisted version of Super Saiyan Blue. Yeah, did a lot of cool things in this form. Zamasu, Body Stealer, Immortal, killed Goasu, and decided the mortals need to die for being idiots and savages and whatnot. Yeah. Goku Black I already kind of commented on, but his intro of being a Goku lookalike and evil. Like, if you think of just the first episode he's introduced in, and rewatch that alone, I think is S tier episode. 17, Tournament of Power, great to bring him back after all these years. And although his boost in power is a little dumb, I think he wasn't made to be so strong that it was unreasonable. It was mostly his smarts that he used to survive and edge out a win. Turtle. Need I say more? Gogeta. The first Goku and Vegeta fusion movie. Purified Janemba. Didn't mess around. Yeah. 1. Upa. Did I say more? Yajirobe. Saved Goku countless times. Not countless times, like a couple times. But he is an MVP. Even though he's done little in terms of actually being on the front lines or attacking. Cut Vegeta's tail off and slice Vegeta in the back during the Saiyan Saga. Save them during the Goku Black. And has kind of been the sensu bean distributor of sorts since then. Yardrat training Vegeta in the Moro arc. I feel like that was a great to first of all have the Yardrats teach more, even though Vegeta only got like one his transmission off. The whole Spirit Vision and stuff was pretty cool, and his redemption with the Namekians. So it's pretty much these these two characters together. But yeah. He was a key player in that arc. Key character development. Kaioken, Goku. I think in general, the concept of Kaioken is very good. Because like if it's just a power-up with no trade-off, then why not just spam it? But a Kaioken, you can't really do that. So yeah, as a concept, it's great. It was brought back with Filler and Super. And it's what edged out the win against Vegeta overall. Super Saiyan 4, great transformation. I think Toriyama did the original design of it. Return to Monkey. No more stupid Super Saiyan 3. I'm wasting all my energy. And I have no eyebrows. And yeah. Return to black hair. The two wish-granting dragons. The two main ones. Obviously key players in the plot. Tien. To me, this is the Tien from the Android Saga. When he Kiko-hos the or Neo Tribean for you dub users. Dub listeners. Yeah. Just really it's based all in one scene. But him not being a useless human and just standing on the sidelines and actually doing something was a great moment and iconic for this basically regular guy holding back the current strongest outside of the Time Chamber people. Yeah, it's a big feat. Super Saiyan Trunks killing off Frieza and Cold, and the whole warning about the future. Great intro. And also his return to the future, killing off 17, 18, and Cell. And just future Trunks in general, I guess. His preventing Boo from being resurrected because he's not stupid. And also working against Goku Black. And whatever else he does. It's a good character. Boo. This Boo developed in the time that he was this Boo, from being just like a mindless servant to someone who's learning to be better. I mean, a lot of his attacks relate to innocence, so he was, in a way, like a child. He could be influenced, and he could be turned to good, which he was being until the dog was murdered and whatnot. So yeah, well, I guess it wasn't murdered; it was shot, and then he healed it, and then Hercule was shot. I think that's what led to Evil Boo, or something like that. Maybe I'll turn around and read the book. Kid Buu, Menace, destroyed the Earth for the first time. Chased people down into the afterlife to kill them again. Fended off Super Saiyan 3. Mauled Vegeta. Beat up Fat Buu once he escaped from his body, etc., etc. Almost reflected the Spirit Bomb. Or almost survived the Spirit Bomb. but he got hacked on, so yeah. Super Boo, merging Fat Boo and Evil Boo, the Slim Boo. Yeah, Human Extension, all the stuff on the Lookout that he did. Punching Trunks before they did the fusion dance. Being smart enough to absorb Trunks and Goten and Piccolo. Then later absorbing Gohan. And then later absorbing Vegito. He was pretty clever. Buhan was kind of just the end point of that, where he had ended up absorbing a lot of people to have limit, or like not limitless power, but like power without a time limit. While he was getting trounced by Vegito that conveniently showed up, where this Elder Kai traded his life to revive another guy, because that's a thing. And then Vegeta conveniently shows up for one day, where all these stars to align, and Gohan doesn't kiss the earring, and yeah. Anyways, it's a good character, or a good villain overall, of absorbing all these characters, kind of like Cell in a way that he has a bunch of other moves of our heroes, and yeah. Great Saiyaman. Clearly the toppest of top characters. And not filler. But I think the concept of these characters, these planet-busting martial artists, like, can they just help on like a street level? I think it's an interesting concept. Obviously the goofy poses and stuff are making fun of Ginyu Force and Sentai and Power Rangers and whatever. But yeah. Super Janemba. I'm only going through S tier. I'm not rehashing all these. But yeah. Super Janemba. Cool moves. Kid Buu with a sword. And tail. And yeah. Hopefully they add him to Squadra. Black Frieza has been, I feel like, the most anticipated character to like see more of at this point, because that's where the manga stopped. But him training and becoming stronger, I guess all three of them. Like, his time on Earth during the Resurrection F was probably not that memorable or great. But the fact that he did the training and the time chamber training and his Halo run on Earth at the Baba's place, killing a bunch of guys and the Tournament of Power, leading to his next resurrection, were all good. Yeah. Monaka. Can I say more? Gogeta. Great animations. He actually won the fight, and his opponent had to run away. Well, not by his choice, but yeah. Stop Frieza from killing Chile and Lima. And yeah. Had Gogeta Blue or just Gogeta been reintroduced the same time that like Vegeta was. Obviously the animation might not have been that good, although it was particularly good in the Black Saga for some episodes. But yeah, maybe he wouldn't be as hype. But they reserve this guy for wins and success, except for his red version, where he just wastes time. These two have cool jackets. The Goat Man has cool magic, and changing the style of fighting to be less about power and more about, I guess, creativity, you could say. Different kind of power. Kind of similar to Sensui versus Togoro, almost. The tournament arc, Big Bad, Togoro and Jiren. Then you move on to this brain over brawn villain with Sensui and Moro. And then Goku learning to master Ultra Instinct after Mirror's dies. And Orange Piccolo, even though he got his power up through a wish, he deserved it through his own character and righteousness and all that. While Vegeta being evil is up here, Vegeta mellowing out is still good. So I put him down here. Baby, one of the better antagonists from GT. And his whole possession of people and progressively getting stronger. A similar concept to other villains, but yeah. I'm not possessing people, but taking over the bodies has been done before. It's not like Ginyu possesses Goku, he body swaps. It's not two souls in one body. Anyways, Cooler, lastly. Iconic Rex Goku with his mask on. Flies through a Kamehameha. If he wasn't so overconfident, then maybe he would have been able to just end Goku as a child or something. But yeah, and that's it. So I'm going to scroll down again and save it and post it in the Discord. And then hear Chup complain about something. One of the 500 characters being misplaced. Anyways, that's it for the stream. Hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow I'm going to play some Final Fantasy. Because I need to catch up. Or else my subscription is going to end. And I'll be wasting my money. And then Sunday I won't be streaming. I'm going to spend some time with my family. And then Monday, Minecraft or whatever. Then Tuesday we'll see. I'm looking forward to Jiren being released already. So I can get back to Squadra. But, yeah. Anyways, good night.